Ladies and gentlemen, Quake 2. Oh, absolutely. You know I do nothing but drink energy drinks. Let's see. It says right here. Let's see. Energy drink seltzer. Whatever seltzer water says. This is blackberry mango. Mango, by the way. Quake 2. A game I know better than Quake 1. But I'm pretty sure a game I've played like less recently. Because I'd go back to Quake 1, Episode 1 a lot. Like, if it wasn't obvious, I was pretty familiar with that. This, we'll see. I'm just convinced Canada Dry doesn't exist anymore. It's fine, it's fine. Anyways, let me give you the big, in-depth, behind-the-scenes story of Quake 2. Alright, we're done. I'm barely joking. Quake 1 has so much behind-the-scenes information. It's actually kind of insane. In fact, I gave you, honestly, a very brief summary of Quake 1's behind-the-scenes. By contrast, Quake 2 has virtually nothing of substance behind it. This was when id was in the middle of the self-destruct that I referenced during Quake 1, so a lot of people left in the middle of the development of Quake 2. Obviously, this wasn't originally supposed to be called Quake 2. For those of you familiar with Final Fantasy Adventure or Final Fantasy Legends, both which are not Final Fantasy games, it's a similar situation. The original name they had for this was called Lock and Load, and they were just going to truncate that to Load. And then they decided, pretty correctly, that that was a dumb name, and so they're like, well, we can call it Strong, but War with an O to make it cool. All those were dumb names. Finally, someone, I don't actually remember who, Carmack mentions it was him, but was like, let's just call it Quake 2. Let's just capitalize on the popularity of Quake 1 and call it Quake 2. So, War. But for those of you wondering, there is, let's be clear, no connection between Quake 1 and Quake 2. Quake 3, yes, of all things, would eventually try to kind of really crudely graft some kind of connection in between Quake 1 and 2, and would fail at it miserably. So, instead, we're just going to pretend that it has nothing to do with it, because it doesn't. There's a little bit of a story here, though. This is fun. Stories are cool. So, all of this is, well, most of this is in the manual, of course, but the general idea is, okay, so you're a Marine, and aliens have invaded, and there's also some kind of, like, eldritch force which is attacking, which is, like, big, horrible monsters augmented with cybernetics. This sounds vaguely familiar. Does this sound familiar to anybody else? By the way, Command & Conquer, you gave me a sub recently and did not tell me what to put it towards, so if you'd like to put it towards up to 3 things, please let me know. Yeah, what better music to play for Quake than Unreal Tournament? What? Dealer's Choice. Okay, thank you. So, yeah, there's not a lot of depth here. We do know that they were trying different things because they you know what? Why don't I just show this off in the game? So let's go ahead and just move Unreal Tournament. Nobody likes Unreal Tournament anyways. Except for me. So I played the piss out of it. I used to play Unreal Tournament at school, actually. So let's watch the demo for a second. I think 2003 was my actual favorite Unreal Tournament. It was the one with assault mode and also vehicles. It might have been 4. I don't know. No, I had the exact same reaction immediately to Claudia. What the hell is that? Yeah, the textures literally look wrong. What is going on here? Oh, texture smoothing is apparently a toggle. So, Quake 2 is one of those weird games, by memory, and I am fully ready to eat my own words on this one. I was completely right on Quake 1. So, you know, I'm good for the moment. Like, I've got my I was correct for once going on. I love that sound. Computer update. Thank you, Walker, as always. Let's see. Who hasn't put something towards something recently? Linnea Ruth, pick a game to put that towards, please. Just one game. Sorry, I have to Alt-Tab in order to jot this down. Forgive me. As I say, I didn't recognize some of those levels. Or some of those areas. So, Expedition 3, Chained Echoes, and whatever Linnea Ruth picks. Wing Commander. Wing Commander. You got it. So, I'm going to go and give my opinion now, ignorantly, and then we'll see if it's correct. So, in my mind, Quake 1 is innovative and inventive, and obviously did some great stuff early on. And then Quake 2 is the, shall we say, I don't want to say universally superior, because obviously it's actually worse in several ways. In fact, this game kind of challenges the concept of a run and gun, because you're not really running, as you can see just by watching the demo reel here. And there's one other issue we'll talk about in a second, but it was the superior version, right? It included things like actually being able to knock off people's heads, better gun spread, generally better level design, much better enemy design. I would also say viscerality was a bit better by memory. Also, there was these audio barks, and of course you gotta have that computer. I'm so sorry, Command & Conquer 2. Please don't feel bad about that. It's okay. I've gotten good use out of that new SSD. And graphics card. Anyways. I also remember the game being more readable. Yeah, we've already looped. This is it? I'm not giving that a plus for demo. Unlike the Quake 1 demo, they don't do anything with that. It's just some random stuff. It's showcasing some random enemies. So yeah, no plus. Moving on. Yeah, that's weird. We do still have a level select. Let's test something really quick.
Initiate scan. Acquiring. Acquired. Personnel located. Exiting mines. Entering factory. Touchdown. Dog processing plant.
Interesting. So we do have guns.
Computer updated.
Huh. That's honestly better than how the last game did it. Now, granted, it's probably because we're hub-based. So, yeah, Quake 2 isn't the same in terms of actual core structure as Quake 1 was. What I mean by that is there's they call them units, which honestly confuses the hell out of me with terminology, but whatever, that's what they call it. And each unit is, for all intents and purposes, a hub. Each hub has its own missions within it, and there's a pseudo open worldy nature of it. It's not fully what you'd call actual open world, but there is still a bit of do this in whatever order you want to do it in. So hang on, let's start over here. So that is good. Let's go ahead and jot down that positive right now. I also wanted to mention a couple of the basic stuff. Probably the triple saves. Just jot that down right now, because that's probably where we're at. What other basic stuff are we thinking here? Just like mechanically stuff. Options menu is probably going to be a thing. Let's just jot that down really quick. Hey, Sean. How's the scubaing going? Let's see, what else? Difficulty options. How are the difficulty options in Quake 2? I'm actually not sure. Let's see, controls, yeah, sound design. Just jotting down some basics here. Kit, question mark, viscerality, question mark. Visual distinction, which is probably going to be better than it was in 1. I remember the brickwork being better in this game. I remember it playing slower, I think is the word I want to use, but smoother at the same time than Quake 1. And of course, like I had a lot less issue with the visuals and being able to tell what the hell I was doing and where the hell I was going. Okay, that's what I thought. I'd just go. Thank you for double checking me on that. Yeah, the big problem with this, and I do remember that, is I hope you like the installation brickwork. You know, the one we've been seeing since Doom 1. Or arguably Wolfenstein. Okay. Yeah, I remember Quake 2 was one of those games that came into my lap by virtue of the same way a lot of games came into my lap back in the day. Shareware. And so there was a diskette I got which had Quake 2 on it, and it was like, it wasn't even the whole first unit. I remember it because it culminated in a boss fight with the tank, right? And that was, you know, fun and fine and cool and really short, relatively speaking, compared to like doing the entire first episode of Quake 1. Oh, that's interesting, Tully. So, tutorial? Sure.
Computer updated.
Okay, I've mentioned before how much I love sound. Like the only thing I get nostalgia for is sound, right? I have audio nostalgia. So music or sound effects, whatever. And that line is so burned into my brain. Computer update. Oh, this plays so differently for the game I've been playing. Today, actually. Yeah, well, there's the blue key. Oh yeah, the radio chatter is something we're probably going to get positives too. Perfect. So apparently I need to use that. Hello? Did it? Oh, there it goes. Yeah, this is a tutorial. So this is the thing I've been most curious about. Apparently this is brand new, from what I understand. That was not a very good tutorial. Like, I've seen worse, but that was just your bare bones basic tutorial. Like, so much. If I could just run through that again super quick. There's no need to have the text there. Touch to activate. Shoot to activate. You don't need that. Simply this room by itself tells everything it needs to. Like, look, actually look at this for a second. So there's the way out. There's the way forward, which we cannot go through. It's clearly a door, right? Mentally ignore the text for a second. It's clearly a door, and there's nowhere else to go. A truly desperate player might try something like, say, try to jump up here or deal with that or whatever. But at the end of the day, hey, right? So, green glowing thing, orange glowing thing. So you probably run up to both. You hit the green one, and then you shoot both, and boom. Like, this is a fairly basic example, but my point is if I sat down with my mother, who doesn't know anything about video games, and put her in this room, she'd figure that out inside of a minute. There's no need for the extra text there. And yeah, I don't even want to talk about that. Like, look at this. There's a clear suit. There's a clear objective. There's a door with a blue icon on it. The text is completely unnecessary, with the possible exception of this thing. And yeah, I'm with Patonia. The game itself does plenty to tutorialize. I should know. That's how I learned how to play it. And yeah, I don't really like the way that door looks either. Yeah, it needs to, like, if you remember, in Quake 1... already praising Quake 1 more. In Quake 1, a key door was really obviously a key door. Big old icon with the key right in the middle, with the color. And then an icon with the same thing to the left and right of the door. There was never any misindicating when there was a key door. By contrast, in here, well, of course I can't show it to you now, but honestly, I could see you missing that's a key door at a glance. Once you look at it, sure. But if you're just going through a room like this, you might have missed that was a key door. And that hurts navigation, especially in a game that is designed to be as open-ended as this one is. Then there's this. There is no need for that text to be there. This is the first moment that legitimately irritated me when I was going through this the first time, just a few minutes ago. It's like, shoot the objects. And I just remember stalling and mentally thinking, of course I shoot the objects that are in my way. Duh! What else am I supposed to do? Now, this is fine. This is actually a pretty cool way to tutorialize the compass. And honestly, this is the thing that I'm totally fine with, because the compass is such a new feature. It makes a degree of sense to have this kind of thing to indicate, hey, this is the only real way to figure out how to go forward. Anyways. Let's just start the game. So, Quake 2.
Systematically destroys satellites randomly and will.
This may indicate
in Tokyo
Black
and the list of recent devastated cities.
And the UN president gave a conflicting farewell speech as these brave soldiers took the fight to the Strogs' home planet. We, the rest of humanity, wish them luck and Godspeed as well.
Yeah, if it's okay with you, I'm going to keep calling him Strog. Because Strogue just sounds wrong. Yep, that man just saved our life.
Designated target LZ. We'll see what we can. Holy shit! Damn it! What the hell's going on? We just lost a third of the platoon just as a classic night action. We got a man already AA discharge. There's no heat from the plane. They're coming at me from all angles. There's the board around 10 seconds ago. Damn it! They've got a low freak EMP down there. Getting clipped just saved your ass, Marine. I just lost all readings from the rest of the platoon. Try and get to the primary LZ and rendezvous with any other squad leaders you can find. Shit! Just overshot LZ, Command. Man, you copy? Fives, this thing is a brick. I have no flight control. Repeat, no flight control. I'm south of LZ nearing the southern structure. Ready for crash landing. Coming up.
I actually like this. It's some nice flavor. It's an indicator of what is the truth, is that we had a malfunction on the way in, and that's what actually saved our ass. And it gives us a nice showcasing of our first objective, the big gun. It even shows us relatively where we're at.
All pods launched.
I'm kind of with that, yeah.
Computer update.
Establish communications.
Holy crap. Plus the story. So... yeah, landing with no support. Who knew? So... hey, look. Here's our name, even. If I could tell a brief story. The very, very, very first time I ever played this, ever, it was when I was playing that shareware disc I remember mentioning. And there was no anything. There's no manual. There's no lead up. You hit go, and you just spawn here, right? And so I'm like, and I remember being really lost and confused for probably about 10 seconds as I'm trying to figure out the controls and just how it plays. And then I turned around. And you can make fun of me if you want, but I remember being impressed by this because this one image right here gave me an almost immediate idea of what was happening. Despite, you know, no actual context for it. Pod, you know, where I obviously was, hole in ceiling. Okay, cool. Got it. Let's go. And yeah, the audio is a little weird. I don't think there's any fixing that. Turn that down, turn that a little bit. There we go. And yeah, so we were talking about natural tutorialization. Sorry, I just kind of automatically did something I meant to hold off on. Forgive me. What's the first thing you see? A bit of glass. You can clearly see through it. It's very obvious that there's glass. I know it's not there now. So it's really easy to just have the automatic reaction of wondering what happens when you shoot the glass. And lo and behold, you can. If you do, you get this little side area. Get some adrenaline. Yeah, breakable glass wasn't common, but like, just from a human being perspective, you see breakable glass and you think, huh. And yeah, I should mention, I am 95% sure that thanks to my own personal timeline, I actually played Half-Life 1 before I played the Quake 2 demo. I'm also pretty sure Half-Life came out after this. That's just how my own thing worked. So I wasn't sure if I could break the glass at first, because, spoilers, you generally can't in Half-Life. Most of the glass is like Turbo Omega, like Dura Glass or whatever in Half-Life 1. So then you see a dude. And the dude's like, huh, and you could shoot him. And then he goes down. Oh, he didn't do it. Okay, so the previous one did it. You also notice the pistol in this game kind of sucks. Okay, here we go. That guy did it for a second. So when you kill them, they don't actually stop moving immediately. And they can shoot at you while they're downed. Also, once again, our first enemy is just some Marines. So, almost the first thing we see, you know, nice visual storytelling, bit of tutorialization, Warhammer 40k, as usual, and then, you know, the nature of how the enemies are going to work. This teaches you pretty much instantaneously what you're going to have to do with regards to the enemies, aka double tapping. Also, yeah, by the way, we have an infinite ammo weapon. Oh, yeah, also you can get rid of corpses. And should, on some levels. This little side thing over here. With some armor. And... what I find it most interesting about the basic... here we go, he actually did a few shots. They don't... unlike the grunts over in Quake 1, nothing looks off about these guys, which makes sense, actually. I don't want to get too much into the nature of what you would refer to as spoilers in a game like Quake 2. But the Strogg are... there's tiers to Stroggification. Let's put it that way. There's layers of cybernetic replacement with the Strogg. So these guys are basics. Honestly, at a glance, you probably couldn't even tell they're cyborgs. Oh yeah, much better color usage, too, in general. Also, the music pretty much immediately conveys the variance in tone. Oh yeah, side area gets us a Shelly. Huh. Cracked floor, explosive barrels. Back off. Hole. And you're seeing how it is doing a pretty solid job of conveying game concepts, interactions, and how to progress. Again, it's that all-important guidance. Even for someone who has no idea what they're doing. Like me. I mean, the Combine are hard to actually debate their relative strength, because we never see their actual strength, right? Like, yeah, I was gonna say, most first id levels, even in Doom 4 and 5, the more recent ones, are still tutorials. Anyway, Strogg. So, Borg but meaner is something I've heard a lot for the Strogg. Honestly, the way I like to describe it is, imagine if the Borg were actively malevolent, and that's the Strogg. Voyage report. I was actually going to say the Mirror Universe Borg. But even that's not really appropriate. Yeah, the Strogg... there's actually... yeah, exactly, Command & Conquer 2. There's been a weirdly large amount of discussion about how much the Strogg specifically drew from the Borg. To be clear, the Borg predate the Strogg by like a decade. Season 2 of TNG was way before any of this. But the thing is, they've never acknowledged that, and that's weird. Because the developers at id have never been shy about admitting, you know, when they were inspired by something. Whether it was D&D, or fantasy, or just like some cool advertisement they saw, or even a song, right? So the fact that they have steadfastly insisted there's no connection to the Borg is weird. But yeah, so here's another funny thing. You might think, what's the big in-depth backstory behind the Strogg? We do kind of have a bit of backstory for the Strogg. So the original Strogg species on Strogos, I believe is the name of the planet, had this whole thing where they were like, all right, we're all going to become horrifically evil fascists. So they did. They became evil, and they did. They just became evil. Let's just summarize that there. And they quickly ran into a situation where they were doing so much damage to their planet that they could not survive there anymore. I'm glossing over a lot of details, by the way. So they turned to cybernetic augmentation in order to make it so they could survive. And the strongest dictator at the time, who was called Macron, or Macron, I've heard it pronounced a few different ways, he became the head of this hive, if you will. Unfortunately, the most efficient thing they came up with in order to power their ever-increasing need for energy in order to keep their society functioning was people. Biofuel. Because obviously that makes perfect sense. And they would, oh god, what's it called? There's like a specific term for this weird gelatinous goop that they would make. And they make it by processing people into it. And that fuel, the Stroyant, thank you. And that fuel is what it was like their entire society lives off of. So they became locusts. And they just spread across the galaxy. Every new planet they find, they claim, in order to turn them either into new Strogg via conversion, or into fuel. They reach that point. It's the Mass Effect 2 though, right? They have no culture, they have no society. They just have an ever-needing hunger in order to keep expanding. Starbucks is alright. Oh man, there's some Half-Life vibes. Are they truly sapient? That's actually an interesting question. So, Plutonium mentioned the virus concept. I've actually heard that before. That the Strogg themselves are functionally not actually people anymore. They're just this virus that constantly spreads. Yeah, I should actually be thinking about using that. Yeah, so and that's. Okay. Sorry, just familiarizing myself with the numbers. Wow, so that's what happens if you just throw a grenade. Try that again. Wow! I forgot how heavy grenades are. That's... I also didn't even see the explosion. Hey, Dream Whisperer. So, new gun. So, I almost never use the machine gun because of that kickback. Oh, that's so much better. So let me explain really quick how this gun would work in the original game. Now, you're probably thinking, and of course it's going to have a kickback, but I'm not doing a good job of conveying how irritating it was to use. Because to use it, what you'd have to do, obviously I can't showcase this properly, but you'd have to constantly be moving your mouse down like this in order to push back against it. Yeah, I think it goes up to like about 45 up or something like that. So, physically speaking, it was actually an extra tiny little strain every single time you shot the gun. The chain gun, as a direct consequence of that, I should get my ammo back. The chain gun, as a direct consequence of that, was kind of considered a better gun by several people, including me, top to bottom. The chain gun has its own issues, But those are a lot easier to deal with rather than constantly having to go like this every time you're doing that. Yeah, the recoil was bad. I am glad they got rid of it. Yeah, the biggest downside of the chain gun is it is an ammo hose. But it will absolutely annihilate whatever you're looking at if you're doing it even halfway properly. Yeah, honestly, the machine gun, this thing, feels a little bit more like what most games would call an SMG. That's just my vibe on it, not like a professional statement or anything. So, that's interesting. Hang on a second. I just want to see something. That's what I thought. Corpses disappear. Now that makes sense, we did destroy the corpse, but like... This is going to sound stupid. Going as far back as Doom, I think technically Wolfenstein 3D, but definitively Doom, corpses were useful for guidance. Right? A corpse means you've been through an area already. A corpse means you have killed something here. And in some of the more labyrinthy levels, it was very useful to be able to check and say, okay, well, there's a bunch of corpses down there. That's the place I just went in. Especially for some of the stages which are a little bit more samey looking. Now, yes, I know you can actually leave the corpse. But there are reasons the game doesn't want you to do that either.
Last recon data, increased access through sewer.
Yeah. Did they, Loke? See, now I don't know. Now you make me question myself. You make me question everything, Loke. Oh God, who am I? It's just a habit to give everything. Because medics. You actually saw this in the tutorial, but medics will res. You do not want medics to res. Medics res is bad.
Marines, we're at 5% ground force operational status.
That's my fault. I'm trying to hack into your computer, Linear. I was trying to uninstall Doom Immortal. Sorry. So, speaking of video gaminess, look, Sevicum. One thing I actually don't care for all that much about Quake 2 is what you're seeing right now. No, not the guy I'm shooting. Do you see my move speed? It may not be obvious, but you move slower in water, which, sure, that makes sense. But it's really annoying compared to your normal move speed. And you're already slow in Quake 2.
Recon established and confirm heavy fortification near enemy comm facility.
Also, I don't remember which game started the shard concept, but they do it a lot in Quake 2. As you've already seen. I do not, Plutonium. So we're probably going to have to go ahead and... No, you don't. Use the level select to grab those. By the way, we're up to 3 enemy types. Really, Talia? Oh, that makes sense, actually, now that you say that. Damn it, that sucks. Okay. Well, help? Like, blanket pumpernickel help for finding the secret stages, because I'm probably not going to find them in A-Late. I mean, yeah, I probably could brute force it, but let's just have the handy-dandy, best one. The handy-dandy walkthrough known as the Twitch chat. And go grab the other one. Yeah, I like the new crosshair. Locate a powerful weapon. I like powerful weapons. Trains, maybe. Okay. Oh god, I've made a horrible mistake. Insert Willy Wonka right here. Here's another fun thing. Periodically, you'll just see a bunch of flies. It's usually around corpses. But I've always liked the idea in the back of my head that because of their heavy reliance on cybernetics and how unhygienic they are about that, is how I'm going to phrase that, that flies are just a regular occurrence for Strahd. But that's just normal. You just have to deal with that when you're a Strahd. Yeah, there's the thing Talia was just talking about. Yeah, I think it went into my inventory, so I think it is. But... oh, okay. Sorry for that. Corpses. So many corpses. Yeah. Don't I get like a permanent +1 HP? Does it still give me the +1 HP? I guess it's the real question here. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna wait with that. The 1 HP doesn't sound like much, but you can get, what, like 40 of these things throughout the game? 40 HP can literally save your life. There's the dual shotgun.
Computer updated.
Now I just have to get out of here. Listen, if you have a shotty, it's got to be a pump action double barrel. Notice they give us all kinds of small areas, which on the way through was mostly just a place to navigate, but on the way out is a place to show off the shoddy. Some health before we keep going. No! Yeah, the super shoddy is whatever I'm looking at, I don't want it to be there anymore. Oh my god. Unfortunately, one thing I'm not sure of is if there's any reason to use the shoddy once you have the super shoddy in this one. In Quake 1, the shoddy became your sniper. Whoop. But I'm not actually sure how it'll work out here. Yeah, I noticed. Frickin' Red Cross, I swear. So consider this an open thing. If I'm missing a secret level, I'll be like, hey, Lore, you're a dumbass. I'll call it the dumbass protocol. Yeah, I remember the music being kind of weird about that, and especially weird if you decide to hang out for a bit and try to find secrets after you've completed the map. You know, like, just roaming around in silence. Well, the Pumpernickel Protocol, that's a little different. You have to initiate that individually. That's a case-by-case basis. This is a long-term thing. That was strange. Do you see how that buffered that? Hello, you know. Yeah, no kidding. Also, I should probably mention the Red Cross is... Well, I don't want to cast too much shade, but they're probably one of the least humane humanitarian organizations I'm aware of. I'll just leave it at that. They're right up there with Salvation Army. Google is your friend. The most humane? I mean, that's always a matter of debate, and I always recommend that you look up yourself to see which humanitarian organizations are actually worth a damn to you, for you. But if I had to pick one, I'd say Médecins Sans Frontières. They're one of the very few international groups I actually support. Despite their issues, which they do have, to be clear. I mean, every charity has issues. All of them. Sorry, if I get to show something off. You need the blue key. So this goes back to what I was talking about earlier. Look at the screen for a second and tell me what about this indicates blue to you. Yeah, Médecins Sans Frontières still has issues. Let's be very clear. I'm not saying they're a saint. It's just they tend to be one of the better ones. Yeah, I'm guessing this is it. Because, nothing... I'm sorry, I'm just going to be blunt. Nothing indicates this is a key door. And I'm making this point because we just played Quake 1, which I actually bothered to stop and praise for how well they indicated a key door. Also, totally not inspired directly by the Nazis. Yeah, let's be clear, the stronger cyber Nazis. Let's just get that out there. That's not a dig. That's just fact. The Macron is directly compared to Hitler multiple times. Honestly, not as impressed with the skyboxes. At least not the, excuse me, the skybox. It's not like Quake 1's was great, but it was something, and it was moving. You could tell it was an object up there in the sky. I just realized what that enemy was. I mean, the comparisons between this game and their previous works are non-insubstantial. Well, yeah, the Strogs are obviously worse than the Nazis. Which is funny, because I don't think they were intended to be. I think they were just thinking that cyborgs are cool. Like, seriously, if you take the demons from Doom, specifically from Doom 1, the Nazis from Wolfenstein, and smash them together, what you have are the Strog. So, embarrassing story time. There's young me. Oh damn it! Now I gotta hack your phone, Lenirith. There's young me. This would have when Half-Life came out in '98, right? So I would have been like in high school already, like well through high school by the time I played Half-Life. No, I haven't even touched it yet, Command & Conquer 2. And then I got a hold of that, the shareware disc, and then I played Quake 2. And I was just playing the first unit, which is the stuff we're going through. And I have distinct memories of getting here, fighting that little mini-boss, getting into here, and having no idea what to do. And then turning around. And then exploring the level again. The whole level. For, honestly, probably about half an hour. Just hitting every crevice and every corner and humping on every wall, trying to figure out how to progress. Now you're probably thinking, what? But you just did it without issue. Yeah, because I know this game. What you do is you walk up against the keypad, and once you bump into the keypad, it moves in, and that's what enables you to progress here. I don't want to say that this is like the most esoteric button in the universe, but I'm just pointing out that once again, this is something that isn't as clearly indicated as it would have been back in Quake 1. In Quake 1, if there was a thing you had to interact with to progress, it would be clear it was a thing you had to interact with to progress. Not that, right? Moving on. Yeah, or even just a use key. This is 1998 now. Oh yeah, by the way. Another way in there. Yeah, so grenades are crap while we're on the subject, guys. I swear I enjoy this game. Do I enjoy this game? Maybe I don't enjoy this game. Environment suit. So if you're paying attention, we haven't gotten the key yet. Also, toxic vials of ooze because they're extremely poisonous and damaging to their own environment. Because, I don't know, because they're Nazis? I don't know where that comes from exactly. '97? What? I thought it was 98. I've been misled. My Twitch viewers. They lied to me. Yes, rampant over-industrialization is definitely a thing for the strong. Again, parasitic. There's a concept. It's a real-world concept, but it's also something we walk into in fiction a lot, where someone gets sufficiently advanced to destroy their terrain, their environment, but not sufficiently advanced to then repair the damage they're doing to it. Now, in fiction, science fiction almost universally, there's this thing that happens where you hit that point, and then you never stop continuing to develop the industrial side of things without developing the environmental side of things. In other words, you get less efficient over time, and you create hell worlds. And yeah, it's a locust. It's the locust thing. And the scale of that tends to vary based on the work of fiction in question. Okay, I've got to be misremembering now. Well, you know what? You know what? Whoa! So, that didn't look like a key to me. I even noticed it earlier. And I was just, I just glanced at it like, what the hell is that? And then moved on mentally immediately. When did I get the key? Yeah, blue key, right there. Right. Right, yeah, that makes sense. But yes, there's this tendency, sci-fi has this tendency to presume that current trends continue forever. So, you know, if X happens, then clearly X will keep happening forever, therefore fast forward a century, and there's your setting. I'm not damning it, it's just, it's a very common trend in science fiction writing. I'm going to go ahead and pause, because at this point we've functionally done like 2 levels worth of stuff. Look, tell you. I can't stop being lost in this game. So I'm going to go and jot down some thoughts on the level design so far. Honestly, it's fine so far. I don't mean to sound so weird, but like, as we've literally shown today with that one optional level of Quake 1, it's really easy. Like, I almost find playing FPS is refreshing from a review perspective, because good level design is something I can point to and say that, right? It's something we have lots of data and information and practice and precedence on, like this good, this bad, right? And so whenever I have a stage like this, I'm just kind of stuck going, it's fine. There's nothing wrong with it here. Let me demonstrate really quick, okay? Let me just give you a quick run through. So we start off over here, right? Water area inclines towards going down there. There's a rebreather in this room. We go down, we get secret. Cool. Okay, that's fine. But then it's like, okay. Well, where do I go next? Okay, well, there's nothing this way. Okay, so that's a dead end. But the weird thing is it's a dead end with nothing in it. Why? I know this sounds strange. In FPS design in particular, although I would argue this should apply to a lot of game design, you probably shouldn't have a dead end unless there's something to it. Something narrative or something gameplay. Maybe there's a couple of bits of health, maybe there's a little side button, maybe there's just a way you could peek to see where you're going through the cracked wall, maybe it's telling some kind of visual storytelling. This is just a dead end. Okay, whatever. So we go over this way. We've got the enemy attacking us from the shadows. Cute, by the way. Good way to indicate how that works, too, both in the lighting and in the fact that enemies can hide before attacking you. Mostly empty room. Repeat of the shadow attack right there. Okay, up we go. Nothing really noteworthy here. There was a quad damage, I believe, over there, which we could reach by doing this little maneuver, but that's it. And you see what I mean? Like, the empty hallway with a couple of enemies. Mostly empty room with a couple of enemies. Another empty hallway. A couple of enemies. There's our way forward. We'll come back to that in a second. Okay, let's just pop a save here so I can come back to that easily. And then, like, okay, so we had the traps. Nothing indicates those are traps, but now we know there's traps. There's some tutorialization here. That's fine. Elevator. Up. Enemies. Basic hallway. They love this L shape, by the way. They love this L shape in Quake 2. This had some stuff in it. I remember that. You can shoot the glass to get into here, to get the thing, to get the key. And there's a mini-boss. Everything I just described is essentially the first stage. Well, second stage, excuse me. For all intents and purposes. There's nothing inherently wrong with any of it, but you see how it's just kind of there? Generically fun, if that makes any sense. Yellow, to use my own terminology. Like, I can't point to it and say, oh, this sucks. Like, probably the most creative thing they did here was there was this bit where there was a suit up here, which I could grab and then jump into the toxic waste in, and that's kind of it. There is some good brickwork going on. I actually like the industrial look. We're going to be tired of it by the end of the game, but I do like the brickwork. And I do think they do some good things with little details, like the communication room that Twitter just mentioned. And if we go back over here, by the way, I love that load screen. I mean, look at that. Brutalist architecture, horrifically foggy sky, extremely not Nazi flag. Just it's actually moving, too, if you pay attention. It's just kind of waving there in the wind. Well, see, that's the thing, though, Talia. The first bit, the shareware bit, is supposed to be the good bit. Again, Doom 1, Quake 1, right? So this whole section so far has just been kind of generically good, as opposed to, well, honestly, Quake 1, which was just blowing me away with the level of quality design they were putting into it. Although, in fairness, Episode 2 impressed me way more than Episode 1 did. If there was one thing that surprised me about about Quake 1. It was the fact that Episode 2 was such a banger. And transition. So, room, switch, boop, bridge. Okay. Now, if you're paying attention, this is kind of getting... Well, hang on. I'll talk about this in a second. I do like little military blurbs. Very homeworldy. Homeworld came out just, what, a year after this, too? And we had TIE Fighter a few years before this, too. What are the games that that kind of military banter, thing going on? Anyways. I mentioned the open worldiness. This is kind of what I'm talking about. You may not remember, but that was like the first stage over there. The first stage culminated in going to those sewers. Then we did the second stage, which we just finished, which got us right here. True, Platonia. So, bad example, but my point stands. Also, I kind of like this kind of visual stuff, even ignoring the open worldy explorative nature is, because this gives a good indicator of visual progression. We were on the other side of the bridge, we are now across it. Cool. But, like... Okay. Grenade launcher. Ogre equivalent. Oh, by the way, there's an animation for swapping guns. Unlike in Quake 1. Okay, before we hit the exit there. Before we do that. Again, this isn't a complaint, but I just want to showcase part of why this level design is throwing me a little bit, okay? So in order to get here, we had to go across this bridge, and there's the switch for this bridge, right? But here's the thing. There's the switch. What I'm trying to say is, why? Why is this here? Why does this switch even exist? Like, everything about this room is slanted towards saying, hit that switch. This is what we see when we walk into this room right here. Hit the switch. Right? Like, it's hit the lever. It's right there. Blinking, glowing, orangish, reddish, whatever color that is. And big, and like, big, obvious visual. And you hit the switch, and then the path opens right in front of me. Yeah, maybe it was to introduce what a switch is, but that's really obvious. Yeah, we're just a generic space marine. I don't even actually think we have a name in 2. We do have a name in 4. I forget his name, but he does have a name. Bitterman, that's right. We're Bitterman in 2. I forget who we are in 4. And yeah, here we are.
Marines, we're at 5% ground force operational status.
Whatever. Moving on. I'm gonna let it go. Weird. That's the end of Unit 1. I don't know.
Initiate scan.
I do like these. I've always loved mission briefings. I'm actually sad games have walked away from this concept in modern times.
Now exiting base area.
Mission briefings is a great way to convey flavor and context.
Bunker area. Destroy Strahd logistical train.
Okay, so hang on. So that was Unit 1. This sounds harsh, but I'm thinking just a single positive for it. There's nothing good? No, wrong word. There's nothing great about it. There's also nothing particularly wrong with it. Like, any thoughts on this? I haven't played Free Space 2 in a long time. But yes, I agree. I love a good mission briefing. So I fell in love with mission briefings at a pretty young age because, Warcraft 1, Command and Conquer, obviously. Joseph Kukin is just a legend. Art cohesion, yeah, I'll jot down brickwork. I do love, I like what they did with the initial, with the military installation thing. Yeah, I tell you, like, Quake 1 was either face palming or amazing. And I feel like Quake 2 is going to be, yeah, alright, that was fun. I do like the enemy designs. I do. I actually think they did some good stuff with that. And I think we'll see some enemy design positives, especially since this is from memory. But from memory, I think the unit design is going to be better in Quake 2. That is to say, the enemy design is going to be better in Quake 2 than Quake 1. I also think the weapon design will probably end up being better. We'll see. Yeah, like, name a bad enemy in Quake 2, right? Whereas in Quake 1, there's a few which it's like... Let me jot down some thoughts while I'm thinking about it here. What I mean by bad? Well, none of them beat up my puppy and stole my lunch money. That's okay on my... Yeah, viscerality on deaths, too. That's another good point. Honestly, I feel like that feels more like a flavor thing. Let's put that up in the story axis. Let's put that in our animation. Right? Because that feels like part of the flavor of it. Because most of that is purely context as opposed to affects the actual mechanics of the game. Yeah, like the damage textures, the fact that you can knock off some of their heads, the fact that some of them have different things they do, random, apparently, different things they do when they fall over and die, stuff like that. I'm also going to jot down a potential for, we'll call this just a generic for mission briefings. Yeah, the blood fountain. Because apparently their blood pressure is just, whoo! Viscerality, I'm still debating, but honestly, I'm pretty sure this game is going to have better viscerality than Quake 1. The guns sound good. The guns look good. And the guns tend to have good impact. We're probably going to give that. I'm going to hold off on that until we see more of the kit, though. Right now, we've only seen, what, the shoddy, the pistol, the shoddy, the super shoddy, and the machine gun. What was I about to write down? Audio banter. I'll put a question mark by that. Alright. Oh, they also look better. I agree with that completely. Granted, update, enhanced version. So I just kind of raced through that. But you see how they react. It's like, Also, so we actually talked about this in Quake 1. I never figured out exactly how the specifics of it worked. There's a mechanic where if you hit an enemy, sometimes they'll have like a stunned animation. I never figured out exactly how it works in Quake 1. It felt random to me, just playing through it naturally. But in Quake 2, it feels like it's better, put simply. That enemies stun better, which encourages you to use different types of weapons on different types of enemies, which tends to be a good thing. Oh, I should also jot down music. Thank you for reminding me. So, ambush, of course. And the first one of those guys. I don't remember what those are called, but yeah. So, this is actually a fun little room. That's actually a nice trap, all things considered. Oh yeah, by the way, sorry, I mentioned this during the Quake 1 review. To repeat this, there is a weird, persistent rumor, which I have heard repeated as recently as 2 days ago, that Trent was like, ugh, Quake 2 is garbage and I'll refuse to work on it. And that is a goddamn lie. Trent, first of all, does that sound in character for Trent? Honestly. No. No, the reality of it is that he was just busy. He was just working on Filter, I think was the name of the thing. And he was also working on another album at the same time, so he just didn't have time to work on Quake 2. That's it. That's the whole story. A little more boring, but a little bit more true. Anyways, so I wanted to comment on this room briefly. If you remember, so this wall used to be up. So nothing much, just a warehouse thing, a couple of exploded barrels, but some pickups. So if you go over here, pick up the pickups, and oh my god, enemies pop out. But because this is not Sandy Peterson, we can scooch back in here, and there was also pickups in here to recover from the ambush that just hit us. There's also pickups in the next room to also help recover from said thing. Die. And yes, we're back to using items as guidance, which is something I like in a lot of games. I like that in platformers, I like that in RTSs, and I like that in FPSs. Pickups to guide the player's eye is a long-standing tradition, going back at least to Super Mario Bros. 1. I mean, the connections between this and Doom 1, 2, and 64 are not insubstantial. When did 64 come out? Doom 64. I'm almost positive it predates this, but I don't want to shove my foot too hard into my mouth today. I do apologize, but I gotta share this. So I just got a birthday card extremely belated. Months and months and months belated. Right? And I quote, "You seem to just get better every year. Or other people get worse." Or both! That's what my sister said when I showed it to her just now. Or both. Could be both. Get better soon. No, do better. You're an insult to the family. I'm disgusted to know you. I don't need health. Oh, duh. Oh, God. Just throwing us right after. But I don't know all their names. That's Mr. Happy. He's a melee-centric, and he's faster than normal enemies. He hurts. I hate those things. The floating brains. I don't know what they're called either. I don't know what anything's called. That's hysterical, Kraken-san. Technicians. Okay. I'm vibing. I got it. I got it. We got it. We're cool. We're cool. We're cool. I mean, if you really think about it, most Strogg are like servitors. Also, suddenly the skull surrounded by wings motif is much more appropriate for Quake 2 than like every game they've had it in prior. Mr. Arms. So, just as a reminder, the standing request for help with secrets is just standing. Operation Dumbass is in effect. To my knowledge, the Strogg are not a hive mind, though. I need to rebind that. It's like the 4th time I've reached for the super shoddy and gotten the shoddy. Well, I know you get hooked up to, like, the command line, right? But it's not a true hive mind so much as it's just you're under control, if that makes any sense. I guess maybe I'm defining hive mind too rigidly. Because in my mind, hive mind means, like, you know, there's one entity there, really, shared across multiple bodies. Whereas this, which is more like everyone's hooked up to the same command computer. Yeah, exactly. It's a puppet thing. I could be misremembering. I am not an expert. Do not quote me. I am stupid, worthless, and terrible. But, admittedly, some of that presumption comes straight from Quake 4. Now, I'm not going to spoil why, because, let's be clear, that is a spoiler. But Quake 4 goes more into what the Strogg are than Quake 2 did. And Quake 3 doesn't go into anything, because Quake 3 was a pure arena deathmatch shooter. Lol. Darspers. Yeah, Quake 3 was Smash Brothers. In Smash Brothers. I will admit, for whatever reason, the Strogg have stuck in my mind for many years. Even though the Borg are arguably more interesting on several levels. And more horrifying. And the Strogg have almost no, like, presentation? That's the wrong word. There's not a lot of presence to the Strogg. Strogg are not a regular feature of fiction, right? Like, they're just... lol. Like, let's be honest. There's 2 games that feature the Strogg, really. 2. And both of them are 20 years plus old, right? But like I said, the Strogg have always stuck with me. I suppose I could say the same thing about Tiberium. So I suppose that doesn't mean much. And frankly, while I'm on the subject, Phazon. Phazon went away in Prime 3. That was Wii era. And Tiberium hasn't been seen since, what, like 2010 or something like that? 2012, thank you. Yeah, no kidding. Totally. Input. I want to rebind something. I just want to swap there. And then... I don't know, let's swap that there. Let's just move it down the line, really. And the shotgun can just be there. It was 2010. Woo. Yes, that's actually a good point. We should be doing manual saves here. Only 1 quick slot. Oh no! So, environmental damage. One of the first clever things these levels have done. Oh man, Generals was so good. Still haven't played Zero Hour. I've never played Zero Hour. I would hope that they would re-release it, but then I remembered that EA just got bought by the Saudi Arabians, and that's when that hope goes to die. I have very sudden bad memories of this room, and I don't remember why. Oh yeah, there's also the elevator gap. Excuse me. So that's 2 environmental things in this stage. In this unit. I guess we're still in Unit 1, aren't we? No, we're in Unit 2 now. We're in Unit 2. Why do I remember this area so badly? Is this just one of those Half-Life moments? Yeah, I think it was just one of those Half-Life moments. I remember having so much issue doing the jumps I just did. I really do. I have memories of just struggling. There's also those things down there, but I didn't even show that off properly. So there's crap in the water. And I don't know, whatever. Is there anything else down here? That's over here. So there's those guys. Fun stuff. Oh. See, Talia, I appreciate you. I really do. But could you have told me that when I was back there? Slaughterfish. What is this, Oblivion? Alright, secret weapon in this room. Listen, listen. I can't be held responsible for not noticing when you say something, okay? Sorry. So, chain gun. I actually was talking about this gun just a second ago. So the chain gun actually has two detriments to it. Technically three, but two of them are the same, really. It's got a spin up and a spin down cycle. So you probably don't even notice this, but I was doing this earlier without even meaning to. You will, ow, absolutely use ammo more than you intend to because you'll keep shooting after you've stopped holding down the button. So spin up, shoot, spin down. That's the first detriment. The second detriment is, as I mentioned earlier, this thing is a hose that shoots bullets. This thing will chew through your ammo. Here, let's watch. Let's count how long this takes. Seven seconds. It takes 7 seconds to absolutely blitz through your entire ammo pool. The benefit of that is whatever you're shooting is going to die. And I mean die. Like, just melt. So. Like I said. It's a good gun. And I like the detriment. As weird as that sounds. I like having guns that aren't just straight upgrades. I like having guns that work differently. That's true in any FPS, really. This does this, but also this. Or this does this, but in this direction. Stuff like that. Yeah, there's a boss, actually, later, which I will probably end up using the chain gun on. Because, you know, he's a good target for that. Come on. There we go. Half-Life things. I have not missed them. Yeah, quad plus chain gun equals what, boss? I am shocked Outlaw's got a remaster literally yesterday. That's funny. If only someone would donate towards it. Alas. Alas. No one would ever do that. But in order to alt-tab and properly see if someone just donates towards that, I gotta alt-tab, which means... Yeah. Yeah, Black Mesa ladders. There's stickiness on this. Yep. We once again have continued to invoke games that are on sale. I'd be curious if the Quake games are on sale right now. That would be funny to me. Oh, damn it, Disco. You'd better have had a good birthday, or I swear to God. I'll put that towards blood. Outlaws. I'm just going to update that to say outlaws are, to make that very clear. And Pueblo Juarez. That's the... Thank you, Disco. Honestly, yes. Well, it's okay. Hang on. Sorry. Had to lift some heavy things. Since that's all I'm good for, apparently. Lifting heavy things. And shooting people. In video games, obviously. So, warehouse. You need the power cube. What? Yep, we caught them all. Now it's time to kill them all. God, the grenades are so anemic. Listen to this. I complain about having 44 of them, but later I'll get a grenade launcher, which will be a little more useful. As I say, feels like we're about due. Yeah, I'm just grabbing my empty Coke can and pour? What? Pour power cubes. I'll say the blaster is useful. Super shot is useful. What's the shotgun useful for? I asked that earlier and never really got an answer for that. That's 2 bad guns in the game. Unfortunately, that's actually pretty good by FPS standards. Again, they actually did a pretty good job with the 2 shotguns in Quake 1. In Quake 2, it's like, I mean, you know. Most flawed kit of the FPSs we have covered, that's actually easy. Doom 3. Doom 3's kit was positively uninspired. Okay, that's cool. Introduction to the chain gun. Here's 2 berserkers. Have fun. Yeah, that's the other thing. We get the super shotty immediately into. In fact, I believe it was the 2nd gun we got. Is that a 3rd gun? Ooh, that's nice. Checking something. Sorry. Oh, there you go. So yeah, 2 bad guns in Quake 2. The regular shotgun, which gets obsoleted completely, almost immediately, and the grenades, which are pathetic.
Gonna disable this road. Enemy support train.
Yep, yeah, no, I thought that was coming. I was actually just thinking to myself, at least that's not the electrified rail like in Half-Life 1. South Dakota. Happy struggling. Now to beat the game today. I think we'll beat the game tomorrow. This Quake 2 is not a particularly long game. And I don't anticipate we'll run into the episode 4 problem in Quake 2. Knock on wood. I look forward to being proven wrong. Cube. Yeah, I don't... This is, of course, just me begging the game to do this, but I have no memory of the game pissing me off in the later parts like a lot of games do. We'll see. We'll get there. How many units are there, Talia? Do you remember? I mean, something I talk about a lot is how there's nothing wrong with having a game that you just kind of shut off your brain to enjoy for a while. And honestly, that kind of sounds like Quake 2, doesn't it? Just, alright, time to play some Quake 2.
Computer update.
That's 2 cubes down. Track disabled, train stolen. Is that everything? Hang on, let's double check. We've got this compass. Compass says to go down here? Okay. I'm glad the compass said to do that. I would turbo have not found that otherwise. Thank you, compass, for existing. Took me a moment to realize that was a ladder. No, the compass was added for the remaster. It's probably the most fundamental and obvious change in the remaster. It seems to be pretty well implemented from what I've seen. Like, it's got a decent waypointing system and everything. Take two. Ah, there we go. Nothing? Alright, whatever. A lot more buttons and moving pieces, good lord. I don't even complain, it's just a lot of moving parts here. Really going for that factory vibe, which I suppose makes sense, we're literally in a warehouse. Just showing off what the engine can do, I guess. And now the music stops. Because, you know, to finish the quest, you don't want to listen to music anymore. It's like punishment for finishing the quest. Nothing but empty, horrific silence. Yeah, suddenly you just hear the Flood theme song start playing. That would actually be really horrifying.
Computer update.
Wait, what? I was just... what? What? Okay. Oh, right. Yeah. Okay, we're good. Power enabled. Don't you like shooting zombies with your gun, Mr. Red? You do like shooting zombies, right, Mr. Red? You're not one of them zombie sympathizers, are you? You know what we do to zombie sympathizers?
Computer update.
That's right, we update their computer with Windows 11. So Windows 11 comes with this brand new feature where you can't do anything without consulting an AI first. And if it says you shouldn't be able to do that thing, it'll disable that feature. If you want to open up a text file, it'll be like, well, hang on a second. Maybe I could just do what you want for you. And you're like, no, I'm trying to make a grocery list. It's like, no problem. Here's the groceries you should buy. And you're like, why do you want me to buy all this Appleseed. And it's like, well, here's directions for how to make arsenic. Yep, there's nothing but my banjo music. What's that? You're trying to change the default voice for your AI companion? I don't appreciate that. No, but there's been stories very similar to the arsenic story. Like, disturbingly similar. Oh, this is a room. 2 liquors and a berserker. Cute. Yes, the Strogg have come to deliver us from the confines of our flesh. Join us and become part of the great conflagration. We will spread our meat across the stars as our holy crusade. I'll say. Have you considered suicide? I know that's not Foghorn Leghorn. I gave up immediately. No one can do Foghorn Leghorn. No one. Actually close. Ran out of my ammo on that guy. Ow. Oh no, we won't get Skynet. No, what we get will be so much worse than Skynet. Life at 6 HP. What was over here? Health up. Oh, thank God. At least Skynet has the positive trait of actually hating us. Small favors, am I right? I suppose it's a personal preference thing, but I'd rather have an enemy that actively hates me than one that barely even notices I exist. There's a degree of callousness that that indifference can accomplish that hate generally can't. Oh yeah, I remember this. Fortunately for you, I walked into here with a full round of chain gun ammo. Oh, that actually sounds really awful, Blade 12. Okay. We did it. This eerie silence. I mean, I suppose it depends, right? In fiction land, it boils down to what's worse, a demon or Cthulhu. Cthulhu doesn't notice that you're there. He just happens to cause you issues by virtue of being near him. The demon hates you and actively wants you to hurt. Yeah, Cthulhu rolls over in bed and's like, I'm tired, Mom. Interesting. Why is it so quiet? Why is it so quiet? Oh my god. Well, hang on. We've got to save right at the exit. Let's see what horrors Paranoid Android is sending me, shall we? Hey, Wolverine. That was this way. I'll take that. Thank you, Paranoid Android. Shame and all the rest of it. I'm already leaning there. Like, again, so for those of you not aware, the specifics of it is, as soon as you accomplish an objective for an area, the music stops playing. As you've already, as we demonstrated in this very unit, it's easy to complete an objective way before you leave an area. This is just... what? Okay, so. It's been that long. And let me be your ASMR for just a second. Okay, that's terrible. Um, hmm. I just, you know what? Hang on. Pull this up here really quick. Ah, I was trying to find someone like clacking on a mechanical keyboard quickly, but I found nothing. I have failed you. Here, just have some frickin' like music. See you around, prisoners. That's a freaking good question, Wolverine. I have no idea. Speaking of Unreal, actually don't remember. At one point in time, I ripped the soundtracks from all three and just dumped them all under Unreal Tournament. And then like a decade passed, and I had no idea which one was which anymore. No, we have since audited that up. I actually have notes right over here, believe it or not, about the exact specifics about saves and positives. Ease and save uploading, quick saving and quick loading, multiple quick save and quick load slots, auto saves, good auto saves, multiple auto saves. Essentially, you have a potential 6 positives for saves overall, depending on how you do all that. In this case, it gets 3. That's actually a good question. I'm pretty sure, in fact, I'm 99% sure someone wanted to add Unreal. And then we tried to play it, and I had trouble getting it on screen, and so it's not happening. So yeah, that was Unit 2. I don't remember giving lack of quick saves a negative before. I remember being irritated by it, but I don't remember giving it a negative. Help me out here, Sub-Zero. Either way, no, that hasn't been true in years.
Acquired. Personnel located. Exiting warehouse area. Entering jail area.
Sweet, the jail.
Protecting industrial region.
Strog jail, that's where I want to be. It's okay, at least it means the music will start up again. Lack of saves in general. Well, I don't want to say it's 100% a negative, but I tend to not be in favor of games that don't let you save. Yep, that's why I was showing it off, Tony. You can actually see the shot right there. It's a nice big horizontal spread there. Oh, wow. I've been debating what I think of the sound effect of the shotgun. What do you think? Yeah, I'm not terribly impressed with it. Like, it's fine. There's nothing wrong with it. Well, I mean, Doom 4 and 5 are going to destroy anything here with regards to viscerality. Duh. But I was just wondering in my head if Doom 2's super shoddy sounds better or not. Kind of like debating, you know? Yeah, it's fine. Hang on. Hang on. Yeah, don't get me started about Doom 4 and Doom 5's viscerality. It's just... Braga. Better than Doom 3's. You know what? Can agree. Instant death. Ah! Another thing I was going to share. I don't remember if it was in the manual or the strategy guide or what. There was this weird thing that several groups did in the 90s. Where they would release a story connected to a particular game that basically didn't have much in the way of story. And then they would put it into a strategy guide. I hate to keep using TIE Fighter as an example, but TIE Fighter did the same thing. Oh, that looks like a boss room. Steel Marek, whatever his name was a whole story of the character we played as in TIE Fighter, which was entirely in this strategy guide. It was actually really engaging, too. And ended up being canon long term. So, point is, Quake 2 had one of those. Don't remember where it was exactly, though. If it was a book, or if it was like an online thing. I feel like it was a physical novel. I feel like I was actually physically reading it, though. Does anybody have any idea what I'm talking about? One of the chapters I remember distinctly was after going through one of the levels, you're in the sewer area, and you like decide to lean up against a wall to get a nap. And you get woken up by one of the creatures down there trying to eat you. It's like, okay, nap's over. No, canonically, they did try to recruit him. But, he never actually became like a hand, if that's what you're asking. Also, if I could say one mistake they've made in the visual storytelling so far of these stages, it's not a big deal. I'm not going to ding it, but I would have probably given it a positive if it was there. I haven't seen the big gun yet. The big gun should have been visible like this entire time. Slowly getting closer in the distance, right? Landmark. And also kind of an indicator of this is where you're going. And also kind of like a visual reminder of that's the goal. Now I'm wondering, hang on. Let me pull something up here really quick. Someone was asking for books about Quake 2. Someone linked them in response to that. A Quaker site. Now, if you know this, Quakers and Quake are a little different. Yeah, Quakers have slightly less. It had to have been the strategy guide. Oh, doesn't matter. Really quick, since this is now done. Just really quick. Just really quick. Oh yeah, my saves are still here. Perfect. So this is the super shotgun in Doom 2. Not this. I fell into an acid pit. Oh my god, I fell into an acid pit. Okay, so as I was saying... No, Linarith, you are not. If you were seeing something, then you're hacking my game. Okay, so just listen to this. Nice, big, deep, bassy shotgun sound. Compare and contrast. It's not a bad shotgun sound. But it isn't as memorable, and it doesn't have anywhere near the impact of the big boom bass shot that Doom 2's had. Yeah, Doom 2's was positive worthy. This one's is not. And that really is the simplest way to explain that. It is not positive worthy. I honestly haven't had that much to complain about yet. But, yeah. I think that's going to be our tagline for Quake 2. Not positive worthy. I really hope I'm going to be proven wrong at some point. The game's just going to start finding itself. Because the alternative is the later levels are going to get worse. And I don't want to see that. Nobody wants to see that. Well, Mr. Red does, but don't say him. Oh yeah, so we just got the silencer. This is a good time to mention that there's a silence stealth mechanic in this game. Now, I don't know if you remember me talking about crit mechanics. Well, in fairness, I was actually lying to you. I apologize. What I actually meant was sneak attack. Now, there are, to my knowledge, 2 guns in this game that have a sneak attack mechanic on them. No, you heard me correctly. It's the guns that have the sneak attack mechanic, not the game itself. Which guns do you think have a sneak attack mechanic component? I'm just gonna think that is. Railgun is actually one of them, and the other one is. I'll give you a hint. It's a gun I don't have yet. It's not narrowing it down. It is, in fact, the rocket launcher. I don't know. Don't ask me. Don't ask me. Well, I think we got the objective because the music just stopped. See, that's how you can tell you finished an area, when the music stopped. That's a great indicator. Okay, blue key card. Let's do this.
Computer update.
Okay. I'll freely admit I find Quake 2's overall setup and setting more interesting. But, like, I don't know, they're just not doing a lot with it, are they? I wonder how much of my enjoyment of the Strogg comes specifically from Quake 4. Hey Seth, how ye be? I think part of it is the minute-to-minute is overall more enjoyable than Quake 1. Like I said, a lot of the core building blocks of the game are, in my opinion, better. Better guns, better enemies. Right? Even the controls honestly feel smoother than Quake 1's. So just playing the game feels better. It's just I don't have the same building blocks to have fun in. If we had the level of level design that we had back in Quake 1 in Quake 2, what kind of peach did you end up getting? Instant death, okay. I mean, yeah, plutonium. What's funny is I always think of Quake 4 as a much more modern game than it is. But no, that's 2005, I'm pretty sure. It's an old fogey. Dominoes. Ugh. 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 Sounds good. So those are the railgun guys. There's that apt description. Oh, yeah. This is a prison, right? Why would the Strogg need to have prisoners? Well, if you're paying attention earlier, there's actually two reasons for it. One is the obvious. People are fuel, after all. Also, really quick, these guys have rail guns attached to them. And you'll notice our enemies are getting noticeably less humanoid the further into the game we get. That's going to keep being a trend, by the way. So, because we have to have maximum edge factor, one of the things that the Strogg like to do is they like to capture people. Every time they find a new race, they like to capture several groups of them, perform surgery on them, no anesthetic, of course, in order to test their capacity for survival and pain tolerance. So in other words, can you live without your stomach? Let's find out. Can you live without your intestines? Because they don't know what you are. No, we're not actually at strongification yet. This is the first step. This is when they're just beginning to learn how a particular species works. So the first thing they do is they try to punch people in these really horrible prisons. And they, I mean, let's call it what it is. They torture them. But as mentioned before, the torture isn't really the point. These are experiments. Yeah. Once they've learned enough about your species, then they move on to strongification. That's a dick move game. So, more wonderful visual storytelling there, by the way. Something this game has actually been doing pretty well. Hey. Oh, shoot. I'm dry. I'm dry. I mean, I could kill them, yeah. Pretty sure. So I can test that theory. Yep. For the record, that is all you can do for them, is kill them. In-game, anyways. Reality Land, we send them off to the Poké Spa. Notice the enemies are playing around a lot less by now. A lot more of the much heavier arsenal enemies. Oh yeah, this war against the Strogg is nothing new, too. Like, this didn't... Unlike some of these games, I guess most of these games, the alien force didn't invade, like, last week. This war's been going on for, what, years? I forget the timeline. There are timelines for this. It's been going on for a minute. It's been going on long enough that we have managed to luck our way into figuring out where the enemy capital is, and figured out how to warp us here in order to then counter-invade their homeworld. Which is where we are, by the way. Frickin' man hacks. Oh, we're starting to see energy ammo. I think you're right, because I remember reading about that plutonium. Yeah. Ow, and we're dead.
Location updated.
The hell is this? The pyramid. Oh, hey. Ammo upgrade. I think. Yeah, pretty sure. I mean, amusingly, Quake guy gets even less characterization than Ranger. Ranger at least had those little blurbs, right? Granted, we did have the intro cinematic, which is nice. It is something. Hang on, let me just double check something. Yeah, that's what I thought. Back we go. Just felt weird to immediately leave, but whatever. Following the arrow. I will obey the arrow. Aim in there, buddy. Good to know. Honestly, the dogs are my least favorite enemy in the entire game. They're still a decent enemy, don't mistake me. It's just, I am not a fan of them personally.
Computer update.
Okay. Is it sad that I've already started to feel a little disconnected from my objective? Is that just me? Like, we're going for the big gun, right? So, like, what are we doing? Yeah, now we're just backtracking. Again, by the way. Just back across the same area we just did, with no change whatsoever in what we just did. We're just going back here. So I should mention something. If we were playing the original of the game, it would 100% score worse. Oh, wait, is that supposed to be the big gun? Doesn't look like it. Does it? Hang on. Destroy the grid protecting the industrial region. Open control pyramid and locate security path. Yeah. I mean, I'm pretty sure our overall objective is still go after the big gun, but like, why are we? I don't know. I just feel detached. Maybe it's just me. It could just be me. But as I was just talking about, this game would be getting much more negatives if this was the original game. You know why? Because other than that thing right there, which isn't as informative as you'd think, there's not a lot of things to indicate where you're supposed to go at any given point in time. And in some cases, it's not very intuitive. Like, say, backtracking across the same region that you just went through 3 times. Which is why that feature is actually a legitimately good feature, even though it's arguably a bad feature at the exact same time. It's the Skyrim quest indicator, right? Which I myself have spoken against several times in my career. It is go here without anything to indicate why you're going there, or like basically a way to tell you're supposed to go there without using the marker. So I suppose in a weird way, we're about to have a precedence for the eventual Skyrim review. Yeah, you know what, and I hate to continue to complain about this, but you know one thing that a game did to great effect? It changed the skybox to indicate passage of time. And it was a great way to show some degree of continuity across stages. You know what game that was? Super Mario Brothers 1. Skybox hasn't changed at all. And we're in Unit 3 now. Obviously, yes, later games do plenty of good things with it, but I'm making that point to emphasize that as far back as 80 whatever, game designers had thought about the idea of indicating passage of time and conveyance of progress via the sky getting darker and then becoming bright again. Days, right? Half-Life 2 did some great stuff. Speaking of Half-Life 2, Half-Life 2 also did the exact thing I wish this game did. It had a landmark, the Citadel. Where's the big gun? Don't tell me that's it, because that doesn't look anything like the big gun. There's been plenty of outdoors areas or windows where we could see the damn thing. Okay, sorry everyone, we're not close enough to see the skyscraper-sized cannon. Orbital laser death. Oh hey, new enemy type. I actually have distinct memories of seeing it in a stage, so I'm sure we'll see it at some point. Now let me go ahead and explain this sequence and why I'm going to go ahead and, I think, give this a negative, okay? This is very, I don't know who designed these levels, but this is very later Quake 1 levels, okay? Check this out. So we enter the prison complex, right? And we go that way or that way. I actually forget which, but just bear with me. So we go one of the ways, and we find one objective. Then we go the other way to find the other objective. Go back across it, and then go that way. But imagine for a moment you don't have the quest indicator. So what you're supposed to do, we come in here, right? And you're supposed to go down here. And you're supposed to notice that there's a laser thing right here preventing us from interacting with that, which extends this bridge. This is our actual objective. This is our goal. Okay, so let's assume we went down here and we saw these lasers. All right, we know how that works. We need to go find a switch. Cool. Which way do you go? Bonus points. If you go the wrong way, you're wasting your time. Because you need the key from one to access the beams to the other. If you're going to introduce linearity into something that's open-ended, maybe don't do that. Right, like this. I don't know how better to say that. Maybe don't do that. Okay, you can go any way you want to. All right, I go left. All right, you see a dead end. Okay, I'll go right then. Well, okay, you find the way forward. Okay, now you can go forward. Okay, I go forward. What's next? Well, if you go forward and up, you'll go to this thing. If you go forward and down, you go to this other thing. Okay, I'll go forward and up. Okay, you die. Okay, reload. Go forward and down. There you go. That's the right path. Yes, stop. There's a reason railroading design is usually set as a negative. It's because when we say railroading, what we mean is bad railroading. Like that's what we mean when we say that word. Because there's nothing wrong with railroading games. Like Super Mario Brothers, to go back to that, is extremely railroady. Nobody cares, right? It doesn't matter. You go through 1-1 first. Nobody cares. Because it's not bad railroading. Bad railroading is, all right, you want to go left or right? One of these choices is objectively wrong. Oh, we're nowhere. We'll beat it tomorrow. I'm not worried. Quake 2 is not a long game, but we're only on Unit 3 of 8 or 10 or whatever. Fair, Plutonia. Yeah, autosave. No! No, we're not having a repeat of yesterday. I'm not doing that again. Lesson learned. Lesson learned. I also have to admit, not that anybody here cares, but I've been in the mentality for most of this year of trying to get through the queue, and I really need to get out of that mentality because I'm basically through the damn thing. I need to chill a little bit and accept that it's okay to take a little bit of time to do things like doing the dishes or hanging out with the kiddos or, you know, something that isn't involving trying to churn through this as fast as possible. I even took a nap earlier. Holy crap, could you believe it? Triangle strategy, wing commander, and so we get into our thank you ventures very, very much. Yeah, no, I've been in the queue mentality for a long time because I've been behind on the queue. Yeah, you know, I'm pretty much caught up. Like, I'm not officially, really technically caught up, but I'm very, very close to that phase. Like, I've got, what, 3 games in front of me, counting the one I'm playing right now. And then there's a nice big gap of dealer's choice ahead of me. Now, granted, we do have WoW in, honestly, just a few weeks here, actually. But I'm not worried about that because that's a patch run. That's not going to be a chiconker, right? Like, we caught up in WoW. This is going to be one of those mini patches, or the mini streams, rather. So, I just wanted to apologize because I really was rushing on Quake 1, and I shouldn't have been. It's one of the reasons I knew, even last night, I knew I was going to go back to Quake 1 and be more thorough about it. And I'm glad I did. There's a lot of cool stuff to show off. No, Ventures, no! So Evo asks a question. Evo says, Lore, I hate you. It's not a question, Evo, but I'll answer it anyways. So what do I think of the open-ended approach, in the sense you can do anything in order and then get no special guidance on where to go because any start board is valid? So, absolutely, I love it when a game can pull it off properly. It is harder to do than it sounds, and frankly, most games fail. I don't think I've put up the next vote yet. Let me get more caught up first, Star. Let me actually start playing some Dealer's Choice games before I let you guys just Q-snap a game into existence. Can I just have this? Can I have this, Star, please? Alright, so. Czar just wants to push back the Dealer's Choice. That's what it is. So if you pull it off correctly, that's awesome. Fallout 1's an interesting example of that. You could argue Oblivion's another example of that, but honestly, I would say one of the best examples of that is a game I know you know very well, Dragon Age Origins. Which area you go to first is totally up to you, and while there are some choices that are arguably better or worse than some of the others, at the end of the day, you could do each of the major hubs, each of the major quest areas, in whatever order you want to. Also, you don't even have to finish a quest area before you move on to the next one. Right? Like, you could start Orzammar and be like, okay, this is too much. And before you go to the deep roads, you can leave. You can go to one of the other hubs. Now, there's some acknowledgement, there's some quests, and some progression. But that's a pretty good example, though. That's true, you don't get to that point, you don't get to the freedom point in Dragon Age Origins until you go through 3 separate intros. That's true. Ghost Recon Wildlands is actually another good example of that. It's such a weirdly good game. It has no right to be as good as it is. And yet, you actively cannot do what I just described in Witcher 3. If you try to go to someplace that is out of order in Witcher 3, you will get your teeth kicked in. Thank you, Lord Atlantean, as always. Much appreciate the sub. And as usual, if you want to put that anniversary sub, excuse me, that 4-year anniversary sub towards something, please let me know. And by something, I mean 3 somethings. Like going through this door. Am I seriously having ammo problems? Also, did I just kill one of my own guys because he was in my way? Because I think I just killed one of my own guys because he was in my way. Am I seriously that low? Do I only really have 3 guns right now? I think I do. Other than the default blaster, I've got the super shotty, the machine gun, and the chain gun. Where the hell are my guns, game? We had way more than this by the end of episode 1, which we've already passed in terms of time and progression. My longest supporter? I think a few of my viewers technically have been subbing to me every month since I first was, able to be a partner on Twitch. But I don't really have a list of those. I'm pretty sure Rax is there, and I'm almost positive Bregwood's there, too. I hope her packing and moving is going well. Who made this level? Funnily enough, I don't have information on who made any levels in Quake 2. Okay, so we need a data cell in cell block A to access cell block B. I've been on Twitch since it was called Justin TV, but I've been a partner for 101 months. Whatever that maths out to. Oh my god. Oh my god. I accept this turn of events. Yeah, as I am fond of pulling out my old man card every now and again, I am a grandfather of streaming. Like, I wasn't one of the first people, but I've been around for a while. I still remember the first streams, which were so bad because I was having issues with, like, everything. Back when streaming was a huge pain in the ass. Okay, so the detention center is made by Tim Willits. I'll tell the man he needs to, like, copy Romero some more, because holy crap. Listen, nobody wants Star Wars games. Come on. Right? Nobody here wants it. Okay, real quick. You get to Q-snap a Star Wars game into existence right now. Let's assume it's good. What do you pick? What genre do you pick? Oh, there's the CD. Good thing I died so I could find that. Freelancer. Oh, man. Fun fact, I thought Outlaws was going to be, like, at least a Freelancer light. And that was part of why I was excited for it. Before it came out. And it was a Ubisoft game. Yeah, I couldn't move. Damn right, Sub-Zero. Death to new games. Unrelated, Pokemon Violet is the best Pokemon game to date. Yeah, I like how it sends us to negative health when we die. Because that's technically what we were at. Republic Commando 2. Hell yeah. Really lean into the squad command, I would say, if you're going to go that route with it. I never answered Ross's question, I just realized. A good Star Wars MMO. Okay, I'm going to take a little offense to that. Just a little. Just a little. I get your point, though. Honestly, a good Star Wars MMO and a good Star Wars Freelancer game could be the same game. Think about it. Oh, I love Tor, but yeah, it's an extremely flawed game. Yeah, I wouldn't mind what I wanted EVE Online to be. You know, it wasn't. Oh, hey, grenade launcher. Our first new weapon in, I think, actual hours at this point. Star Wars Galaxies sure was an MMO. Yep, it falls under the legal definition of an MMO. Yeah, no kidding, Rex. Give me a proper story campaign, slap Star Wars on it, and yeah, Elite, or again, Freelancer, and yeah, sold. Yeah, sorry if you don't notice my caution here is because I'm at 3 health. Yeah, that's how much health I'm at right there. Jesus Christ. Okay. I might have 1 adrenaline left. Let me double check that. You know my answer, of course. I've answered this many times. I want a proper 4X Star Wars game. Or just a strategy game. Like a homeworld style Star Wars game, right? Honestly, at this point, I'm not even going to be picky. Just give me some Star Wars strategy that's actually worth a damn. We have... Yeah, that's not a Stellaris mod, exactly. We have, in my opinion, never had a good Star Wars RTS. Not once. We've had acceptable Star Wars RTSs. And we have never had a Star Wars 4X game of any kind. Unless you count Rebellion, which is kind of different. Same brain cell, Evo. Same brain cell. Wait a minute. Are you reading my mind, Evo? Quick, what am I thinking about? Yeah, Empire at War is probably one of the most examples of sand before water. Not because it was old or terrible or was before, you know, anything. It's just because that's the option. If you want to play Star Wars 4X without using a mod, then you play Empire at War. That's it. That's your only option. I've heard nothing but good things about Empire at War mods. So, it's entirely possible those fix like all of my issues with Empire at War and just, you know, polish it up. Oh yeah, this is what I want right here. Oh yeah, this is the stuff. Where's my rebreather? I remember being excited for Galactic Battlegrounds, if that's the Age of Empires clone. And then I remember playing Galactic Battlegrounds. I never finished Galactic Battlegrounds. Let me be clear about that. I put the game down and refused to keep playing it. I wonder what happens if I hit this button. uh, 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 uh. By the way, you're actually supposed to do that to proceed. You literally have to kill your own dude there in order to proceed through the game. The game forces that on you. We are capped on energy cells, and I don't even have a gun that uses energy cells yet. Nope, nope, we can't get him down. There's only one choice. Horrible mutilative death. I love the silence after we complete an objective. It's... There we go. We are on Unit 3, actually. I mean, it's entirely possible I missed a secret gun. I have not missed any progression guns yet. I shouldn't say that so definitively, but I'm pretty sure I haven't. You know, I've been trying not to use this, because I don't like using this, but, where am I going? Alright, Lord Harriman says, Dear Lord, I want you to scream, to die, to burn forever, and then be strogified. I'm like, listen, Lord Harriman, I know that you want me to become a strog. I don't know why, exactly. It's kind of messed up. Did they just lower that guy into a lava bat? What's the point of... That's not torture. What are the advantages of being a strog? Well, you can get that grenade launch. Oh, no, that's actually the energy weapon. That's the energy weapon. Holy crap. So anyways, there's our energy weapon. Where the hell am I going? I'm turned around now. Okay, this way, this way. I mean, Quake 4 makes it pretty clear that strogification is extraordinarily unpleasant. It's supposed to be unpleasant. It's true, maybe humans have resistance to lava. Let's find out. Could you open up, please, so I could get the... No, okay. Yeah, by the way, I'm just gonna spoil something for you really quick. In Quake 4, we see strogification in first person. That is a spoiler, but to be clear, it's the scene of the whole game. It's the scene everyone talks about, the scene everyone remembers, because you're strogified in first person. Yeah, that scene is oof. Anyway, so, oh my god. That's Lord Harriman wondering why I haven't answered his question yet. So Lord Harriman asks, what was the last piece of fiction to make you cry? I'm not going to count MLP this year, because it's a rewatch. And I'm assuming you don't mean rewatches. That's just unkind. Oh, well, then that would be the most of it. But I'm going to go with, like, any fiction. It's like new fiction. Yeah, there's a guy ahead of you on the processing track. Now, here's the funny part. And this is actually amusing to me and how horrible it is. The last step of strogification is is connecting you to the network. And now you're probably thinking, why is that amusing? Well, because that guarantees that you are fully yourself and aware while you're going through most of the process. That's what I mean when I say malevolent or malicious. Hate, right? They actively want you to hurt. Wait, crouch is a thing in this game. I honestly forgot crouch is a thing. So, we finally have an energy weapon. I forgot crouching was a thing, okay? What do you want from me? Hang on. Where does the compass say to go? Compass says to go where I'm not going. That makes sense, because it's back in the prison facility. Well, we'll find out if the energy gun's any good, but I have a feeling you'll see what I mean in a moment. So, Strogg come from Strogos, and I actually already shared this story. But what it boils down to is they went full Nazi fascism, over-industrialized their planet, ruined their planet, turned to cybernetics in order to fix it, came up with this thing called Stroyant, which is a super efficient resource they use to power everything, but Stroyant relies on people. It relies on meat and biomass in order to fuel it, which means they needed to expand and conquer other worlds in order to gain enough resources in order to keep fueling their machine. And they turned into locusts. Oh, they're all cyborgs, Jax, yeah. All of them. Want to buy a bunch of pigs? Well, Plutonia hinted at this earlier, but one of the first things they do is they tend to take the stuff that's, you know, low resistance. So, by the time this game started, they've already harvested pretty much all the animals on Earth. So I suppose that answers your question. Oh hey, it's Willits. I guess that's who worked on this stage. I need to find a copy of that story. Because it mentioned something. This isn't Earth, this is Strogos. We have invaded Strogos. Yeah, this is Operation Overlord, if you're familiar with the historical relevance of that term. I think the Strogg are interesting, I'll admit it. But I also think they're underdeveloped. Probably because they literally are. If you're looking for super in-depth lore here, you're looking in the wrong direction. Oh, hey! That's our first... I can't remember what they're called. The mutant things. I would be shocked if Half-Life 1 wasn't inspired by these games. I mean, how do you think the Strog, or excuse me, not the Strog. How do you think Hua found us back in Quake 1? That's right, we were doing teleporter technology experiments, and that caught her attention. Sound familiar? That's not a dig, by the way. As I mentioned earlier, there's no shame in taking inspiration for something else. And the fact that people tend to shy against that is something that I think creative types need to just get over. Honestly. Jesus Christ. I think I liked the Quake 1 grenade launcher better. 2 sounds better, of course. But listen. There's something wrong with you if you admit that, Rax, okay? Clearly. See you around, Mr. Feelgood. See you tomorrow. I mean, there is such a thing as creatively bankrupt. That is a real concept. We tend to not cover games that are creatively bankrupt because, honestly, most people don't have any interest in those kind of games. We even have a category out of the LGAs, which so far we've added exactly one game to from this year, which is best or most made by committee game. Cute. I don't even remember. Hang on, let me Alt-Tab, Ben, when I know that's what you really want me to do. That's all you care about. You just love me for my Alt-Tabbing. I see how it is. Deathloop. If you pushed me to make a word to describe made by committee, I would say processed. A game that doesn't feel designed so much as pushed through the ringer. And whatever sludge came out the other end, that's the game. It's different than a bad game, because a bad game can be done very deliberately, right? Starfield. But a processed game, you can just kind of tell, was just thrown together by a bunch of people who were following metrics and algorithms, trying to come up with the most generic game that they possibly could. Yeah, like, you ever get those Walmart chicken nuggets? First of all, don't. But if you ever do... Oh, there it is. That's what I'm talking about. That's a made-by-committee game. Oh, this is just the way out. Okay. Boy, I'm sure glad that this objective indicator exists. Otherwise, I might have gone the wrong direction there. enjoy foods. It's okay, we have 8 health left. So, the game doesn't... I haven't really conveyed this yet. The biggest problem with this gun is it's the chain gun, but with energy bullets. There's a wind-up and a wind-down period, during which you're kind of stuck with it. Probably the only thing I don't like about it. Not because that's a bad thing. In fact, I like that in the chain gun. It's just that it's the same thing. It's the same concept. You probably saw it earlier when I was having trouble fighting some little guys. Simply because I was having trouble getting off the gun I was using. Okay. Pyramid key acquired. Return to security complex.
Computer updated.
Computer update. Which is this way, right? Yep, okay. Just checking. Don't want to waste our time here. I also have 18 health still. Yep. Nope, 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 nope. Lead me, guidance, arrows. Lead me to where I'm going. If I was gonna get someone into run-and guns, or FPSs in general... would I choose Quake 2? See, that was the other one I was really debating. Half-Life 1 and Quake 2 both have their issues. All these games have their issues. But I feel like both would be a really effective, this is what an FPS is. In fact, honestly, I might recommend Half-Life 1 and Quake 2 simultaneously. It's like, here. Try this stuff out. See what you think of it. See how its flavor fits you, if at all. I say Half-Life has more of a story focus. Honestly, I need to check that statement a little bit, because there's a bit of an asterisk to that. Half-Life does have a story focus periodically. And then it goes to huge swaths of hours of gameplay where nothing happens narratively. Like, there's the intro. Everyone remembers the intro, obviously. Because the intro is extremely memorable and, frankly, pretty well done in Half-Life 1. And then there's the escape from the facility, which is, okay, sure. When you get out has a narrative moment. And then when the aliens first start being a serious issue, has a moment. That's 3 major story beats until you get to the end of the game, at which point there's another fairly major story sequence, and then you've beaten the game. Don't mistake me, there's a narrative there, as I'll show when we finally review the sucker. But you get my point, right? A little low on health. Destroy grid control computer.
Computer updated.
My favorite memory of the Half-Life lore run is how many people complained about how dumb and stupid and worthless it was. I got a lot of complaints about that lore run. I get complaints all the time, so I suppose that's a whatever. So this is interesting. I mean, as the statement goes, a run and gun doesn't need an in-depth story. Now, can it benefit from one? Absolutely. I've said this before and I'll say this again. Any game can benefit from a good story. But some games just don't need it, and run and guns happen to be one of those. Eight health, by the way. Doom 4 had a banger story, and was absolutely a run and gun. There he is. I knew he was there. I was just waiting for that. So I mentioned how the enemies are getting more and more cybernetic as we go. Great way to escalate into a boss fight, honestly. It's a tank with a person grafted onto it. Let me get you a close-up shot of the damn thing. Oh, it looks like I beat him. Yeah. I had 1 health left over after that, by the way. Yeah, it's just a head. There's implications of some organs underneath, but yeah, it's just a head. Actually, you're absolutely right, Lord Atlantean. Check it out. It's even the same types of things you can hide from the Shambler with the L-shaped. 4 L-shaped. Plenty of healing inside, plenty of resources outside, couple of ads, and the boss in the middle. You're absolutely right. This is the Shambler arena. What's funny is I was just thinking to myself, this exact section is a little bit nicer than, honestly, several of the levels we've been going through so far in Unit 3. This game ripped off Quake. Ugh. It should sue. Sorry, I shouldn't even joke about that. I'm sorry. Boop. So. Computer update?
Computer updated.
There we go. There's the best sound. So that was Unit 3. That was a mixed bag, because it started off, honestly, pretty bad. But then it, like, started improving. Oh, shoot.
Acquiring. Acquire personnel located. Exiting security grid control area. Entering mines. Navigate the mines and get entrance to the factory.
Hope you're ready for the brickwork to go to hell, by the way. Not literally. I love how we went without guns for so long, and then they just gave us the grenade launcher and the plasma rifle right next to each other. Just weird pacing on that. Yeah, this, by memory, is one of the 2 worst units in the game. So, with that ringing endorsement. Did he just forget how to make level design in between Quake 1 and 2? Or was he always just ripping off Romero in Quake 1? Like, I liked a lot of his maps in Quake 1. What the hell happened? This is Unit 4. Then when I like to live dangerously. Willits was 2, I want to say, in Quake 1, wasn't he? I just realized we haven't even encountered the medics yet. Oh, shoot. Oh, excuse me, Willits was 1, Romero was 2, my bad. That would make McGee 3 and then Sandy 4. I know there's some bleed over there, but like majority. That still makes Willits and Romero the 2 designers I really liked in Quake 1. Because Episode 1 was a banger. And Episode 2 was damn good. Episode 3 was a mixed bag. And Episode 4 made me want to quit playing the game. So, rocket launcher. It's a rocket launcher. Tim Willett is the guy I know nothing about as an individual. I can tell you a decent amount about Sandy Peterson as the person. I can tell you a decent amount about John Romero as a person. And I can tell you about American McGee as a person. I don't know much about Willits. I feel like the AoE was a bit bigger, too. Quake 1's was almost a you have to actually hit them dead on weapon, whereas this... You see that? I don't know. I do like the rocket launcher in Quake 2, and not just because it's a rocket launcher in Quake 2. I swear I have other reasons. I swear! Hang on. Go away. Stop wasting my ammo. Go away. I think you can, Lord Atlantean. Names that are cool and interesting, speaking from experience, are an interesting mixed bag. Because when you're a kid, they suck, right? You don't want to be the kid with an interesting, oh my god, and memorable name in school. I can't believe I just managed that. When you're in school, it sucks, right? Everyone's going to make fun of you if you're bored. Everyone's going to remember you. Everyone's going to single you out, and you're going to get bullied like crazy. At the very least, you're going to get mocked like crazy, which is just another layer of unpleasantness when it comes to school. Cool. Then you become an adult. You don't care anymore. And all of a sudden, you can just enjoy actually having a cool name. Hang on. There's still one complaint you can have as an adult when you have a cool name. Okay, just making sure. And that's when you're like going to the restaurant or whatever. What are you gonna put in your name? And you're like, they're like, what's your name? And I'm like, Sir Geoffrey Tilworth Splats Flangeley. And then they just look at you strange, like, and they can't spell it or they can't pronounce it. Or both. Toxic conditions. Activate ventilation system. Okay. Of course the mines are toxic. We're on Strogos. Jesus Christ, people. Hang on, I just realized I haven't jotted down gameplay notes for a while, but I haven't had many. Like, okay, so I guess I should give a generic level design positive to Unit 3. I mean, what are you thinking? You know? I'm looking for feedback. Because it's like, yeah, it's not, you know, nothing really struck out of me as bad other than the one section I did actually give a negative for. I mean, Talia sounds cool. I'm just saying. Honestly, a lot of y'all have some cool names in chat, obviously. Kaisen Suru, you know, Seth, the Roadwalker, Mook, Crazy Norse, Mr. Red, the Paranoid Android, Lord Atlantean, Blade Traval. Well, I worry sometimes. It is a habit I have had in the past. I've admittedly gotten away from this in more modern times, where I would go through a section and just enjoy it and not really process it, right? But I was thinking about the level design that entire time. It's one of the reasons that one section with the boss stuck out at me. Having to dodge the lasers was actually kind of neat. It was also one room. You caught that, right? I was just prepared to be like, yes. Yes, we finally have some cool level design. We get some cool, interesting gimmicks. There's lasers. There's multiple routes you can take. You got to sneak under them. It's cool. And it was one room. Yeah, honestly, yeah. I think that's my answer. Moving on. I mean, one of my best friends' names is Gary. He has openly... So, okay. Those of you who are close to my age, you remember when we were all taught to be cautious on the internet about our names and our identities and our locations because, you know, it was the early days of the internet, and everyone was kind of scared of that. That turned out to be an interesting and somewhat useful safety mechanism, which a lot of us older people now have access to. Because, yay, right? Gary's always kind of bypassed that because his name is Gary. This is not a joke. If you look up his first name and last name, I'm not going to give his last name, but if you look up his last name, the location where he lives, which I'm also not going to give you, you will still not find him. Because it is such a generic name that there are, I think, last I checked, 5 other people living in the area that have the exact same first and last name as him. In the same city. He has spoken to me multiple times about how he considers that an advantage. It's why I've never called him, for example, Pax on camera. You'll notice I've never given his birth name for general safety and anonymity reasons. But Gary? Good luck. Hey, what's your name? John Smith. No, what's your real name? John Smith. Okay. What's your mother's name? Jane Doe. What? if you don't share, Czar. Oh my god. Yeah, Pax's birth name is Terror. What I find really funny, Pax has stuck for actual decades. It was one of those names you get saddled with because he thought it was interesting. He thought it was a good contrast, right? Pax, the Terror Smith. Ha ha ha, right? And, I mean, I've done that too. I know exactly what that's like. I have professed my love of simple names for years. I have unironically written a story about a person named Fist before. Fax, with an F. Yeah, Lore. In my defense, I tend to mentally think of myself more as Runner than Lore. But that's because that's the last name, right? Lore, Runner. Yeah. It's like Picard. We don't call him Jean. Jean-Luc. That's true, there was Fist in Mass Effect 1. I forgot about that. Interesting. Oh, I remember that. So I'll tell that story again if anybody wants to hear it. So we're at Gen Con. We're playing Pathfinder. Just getting a group for this group was a whole thing, so it took us a really long time to actually get a group together. But when we finally actually get a group together, sit down, and there's the gym. We were his last table of the day. It's a professional GM, and if you don't know what that means, it means it's your job to GM for a whole bunch of people across a huge period of time. And let me tell you, that's exhausting. I felt so bad for this guy. We sit down. I don't want to flex or anything, but you know me, I can tell someone's attitude and opinion and vibe pretty much immediately. So we sit down, and this guy is obviously exhausted and has a very long day, and it's just wants to go home. But like a champ, he sits down and is like, okay. First thing he does, he pulls out a piece of paper and a pen, and he says, hey, what's everyone's character's names? And he starts writing down what everyone's character's names is. Now, by absolute coincidence, he hit me last. So, you know, he goes through the first person. The first person says, my name is Tarasandather. And the guy's like, okay, how do you spell it? Yeah, he's real professional about it. Okay. Okay. Got that down. Cool, cool. Okay, what's your name? Turfoth, the Blood Drinker. Okay, okay. What's your name? Sir Jeffrey Tilwer Slatslangsley. I don't know why I keep defaulting to that name. I'm sorry. And he gets to me. What's your name? Matthew. And there's this moment where he just pauses and a grin runs across his face. And he looks over at me and says, you've GM'd before, haven't you? And I'm like, yep. And he laughs, jots down Matthew and says, okay. And his mood took a noticeable uptake. I wasn't originally going to go with Matthew, it's worth noting. I was going to go with something a little bit more flavorful than that. But I really wanted to uplift that guy's mood because he just was having a day, you know? You could tell just by looking at him. Oh, I don't know. Probably something like Dunatos, maybe, was one of my old standbys. Or Arshian Gaia, I've used that one a few times. I would never do that to a GM. But, like, maybe Dunatos I might do. Bridge access denied. Okay. So, yeah, I went with Matthew. And the whole session was great. It was actually a fantastic session. Although we did have one of those players at that group who actively got angry at me for not taking it seriously enough. I should mention I was the only one who actually solved the mystery of the one-shot we were doing. Just pointing that out. Dang it. okay. You know what I mean when I say that people take it too seriously, right? Don't mistake me, you know me. I take gaming pretty seriously. But there is such a thing as too seriously. And this is someone who was... I don't know, you know the type, right? You've encountered this type of person. They're fully in character the whole time. They insist everyone is completely on brand and in character at every point in time. Every single thing you do is something they're going to nitpick or be irritated by. There's no joking. There's no out of character. There's no joking. There's no having fun. We're here to defeat this module, and we need to get this done. He was also the person who absolutely insisted that the guy stamp his paper at the end of the thing to make sure he absolutely got his experience and equipment to carry forward. That's very important. Hang on for just a second. There's nothing wrong with wanting to carry your character forward. For those of you not aware, there's a whole thing where you can have an official character, and you participate in official modules and one-shots at events, right? And they actually have a whole database and process for tracking that. And so you can actually carry a character forward across multiple GMs and multiple campaigns. That's fine, and in fact, cool, actually. That's not what I'm making fun of. What I'm making fun of is this kid would not, like, he was right in the metaphorical front line, insisting that the GM sign and stamp his thing right now, because he wanted to make absolutely sure he got his thing before he left immediately, because he was so upset about just being there at the table with the rest of us. How old was he? Older than I was. I too, Palmer. Yeah. Yeah. Oop.
Activated.
That player was Dick Cheney. Bum, bum, bum. Yeah, old enough to know better. Too old to be better. Good night, Crazy Norse. I'm going to be cutting off soonish anyways. Dinner should be here any minute now. Oh, he was forced to, kicking and screaming, Darkrai, because Quantum. In fairness, the way it works is they only run so many matches, so many one-shots a day. And if you want to get in, you kind of accept whatever. It's pugging, right? Pickup group. So you just kind of accept whatever group you sit down and play with. Honestly, you might find this funny. So I don't have a piece of paper that isn't incriminating on my desk. So just imagine for a moment that this letter is a big old blank sheet of paper, like a big old sheet of paper. So me and Third are there. And I jot down on this LFG in big old letters. And I was just standing, and and I just held it up. This worked, by the way. Wait, let's check the arrow. Are we going the right way? We are. Okay, good. Thought so. LFG, looking for group. Oh god, I just realized the music stopped because we got the objective for the area. I have a lot of interesting stories from Gen Con. One of these days I'd like to go back. I don't want to go alone though, so I'm going to have to figure out someone to go with. And, you know, money. Time is less of a concern, because, you know, I'm finally caught up in the frickin' queue. But money... that's getting worse. Jesus Christ, did you see that? I walked into the room and I died. My sister actually does play D&D. Although she is a mother of 3. I actually recently bought Baldur's Gate 3 for my brother-in-law, with a not very subtle hint that he should play it with his wife. We'll see if that ever goes anywhere. By the way, fresh reminder, Baldur's Gate 3 is a fantastic co-op game. I mean, so is DOS 2, for the exact same reason. The eldest has played. I don't know if that interest has retained. You know, you hit the 13, and it's like, your interests start to bounce a little bit. Oh god, I'm body blocked. I'm body blocked. Ugh. Some of you may know this, my D&D group, which I do every Tuesday night, has actually transitioned to just playing Baldur's Gate 3. That's not a complaint, by the way. I love playing Baldur's Gate 3, especially co-op. Like, we do that right now instead of playing D&D. We're in Act 3 now, if you're wondering. Okay, fine, fine. Well, Baldur's Gate 3 is in a much better state than it was when I played it, which, once again, reiterates why I don't play games at launch. This is why I'm not in a hurry on Expedition 33. I'm content to sit and wait until the game's done. Any funny goofs? So, in Baldur's Gate 3, there's a concept called a chasm. I know that sounds strange. That sounds like a joke, but no, I mean that with sincerity. There is a concept called a chasm. In other words, if you dig into a chasm, it's insta-death. It just triggers you dying instantly. Make sense? I'm a barbarian with 20 strength. So, one of my favorite tactics has very quickly become, and it's something I do, I think it's just being in frenzy, it gives me advantage on flinging. So one of my favorite strategies at this point in time is just to walk up on anybody I don't want to be alive anymore, and flinging them off the ledge. Here's the thing. We're at like level 8-ish, I want to say, and I forget what it's called, which gives me an extra action every turn. That's 3 actions per round if I feel like it. You can already see where this is going. No, Action Surge is a fighter thing. That's why I wasn't sure what it's called. And I haven't crossed specs before you ask. So yeah, we were doing this encounter with several enemies. I should have mentioned we're playing on Ultra Turbo Hard, and we've modded it to be even harder than that. So we're playing on Omega Hard, right? So even trash enemies have like 300 health. So we get to a trash fight. We didn't mean to get it. It was actually a screw-up. Because... I'm trying to think how to explain this without spoiling. So there's a part in Act 2. Now, one of the party members you can have in Act 2 is this druid. Now, he wasn't originally a party member. He was originally an NPC. However, there was such a demand, because of horniness, to make him an actual full party member that they eventually patched that in. The thing is, as a result, he doesn't have full interactions with most of the major quests, right? So, when we go to infiltrate this tower, we can do so because the party is full of people who can infiltrate the tower. He is not one of those people who can infiltrate the tower. So, everywhere he walks in there, as a part of our party, he's constantly, just him, is aggroing everything. Like, oh my god, intruder, kill it, you know, stuff like that. So, we're going through. He accidentally aggroes some of these, 300 health jobbers of a faction we're currently infiltrating and don't want to deal with. And we have, I'd say, probably a round before they go and aggro even more stuff, and our day gets substantially less pleasant. I run up, grab one of them, fling! Grab the second one, fling! use the special ability, grab the third one, fling, leave combat. I was proud of that one. Because if you think about it, canonically what just happened is in the space of 6 seconds, this giant dragonborn, like, barbarian jumps up to the area, grabs a guy, flings him into his death, grabs a guy, flings him to death, and grabs a guy, flings him to his death. I was a janitor. That's just me. That's just me. I want to talk about level design for just a second. Listen, Jay Palmer, it's not my fault that they're so flingable. So, and no, I haven't strangled a god-level demon with a chain yet in this game. So, there's nothing wrong with what we just did. We go into here, there's this big drill-looking thing, right? Okay, cool. And then we kill a few things here. There's a little closet right here. There's 2 switches. We hit one switch, we hit the other switch. The drill starts. There's the thing here. We kill him. That's it. One of the things I really loved about Quake 1 was how they would build their puzzles into stage design. You would do a thing in order to gain access to a thing, in order to do a thing. Now, obviously that's what I'm doing here, but my point is, like, especially the really good stages, like, you do a thing, and it would drill down, which would open up a hole. And you'd jump down into the hole, and there would be like a fissure, and you'd break down the fissure, and then you'd go through up this thing, and it would lead you up to here. And by the time you got up here, you got the dynamite, which was down there. So you get up here, you throw the dynamite in, and then it explodes the drill. And now the drill is stopped, but all the shrapnel is caused, so you can go right back up through the same area, and you go up through the area. And I'm making this up off the fly, but you get the idea. That was how Quake 1 approached its level design. What Quake 2 has been doing is it feels like we're pulling over to a rest stop on the highway. Right? And anybody else getting even close to that vibe? We go through a section, we fight some enemies, we go... It's almost always very corridory. Lots of long corridors, lots of big empty hallways. We go to a thing, hold up. Hit a button, and then we keep going. In some cases, we'll turn around and backtrack, and then we'll keep going again. There's nothing inherently wrong with this approach to level design. Really. I'm not even going to give this a negative, but I wanted to talk about the difference in philosophy because this is so fundamentally different from what we just saw in Quake 1. In Quake 1, there was, and I'm going to say this as bluntly as I can, level design. In Quake 2, there is encounter design. This is something that is actually similar... asterisk, in Doom 4 and Doom 5. Mostly Doom 5. Doom 5 still has level design. Doom 4 has really good level design. But both of the games clearly spent a lot of their time and effort focusing on the arena design. That is to say, the encounter. There's going to be this guy here, this platform up here, this teleport here, this jump pad here, these items here, and these items here. And there was an arena designed around arena gameplay. That's fine, of course. But the point is, there wasn't a lot of focus on the level aspect of that, using the terrain, using interactions, giving the player multiple choices for how to progress, blah 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 blah. Right? And yeah, you're absolutely right, because Doom 2 was just Quake 2 was just made structurally different than all the games we've covered so far. All the Dooms and Quake 1 are stages. You complete a stage, and then you move on to the next stage. This is units, which is a sequence of connected areas, which may or may not connect linearly or not. It's different. I am really low on ammo. Holy crap. No. In fact, most of them didn't, J-Bomb. Several people left, like, pretty much immediately after Quake 1 came out, and a lot of people left during the development of Quake 2. As I mentioned back in Quake 1 broke the back of id. And what was left was a company with the same name and almost completely different people in it. And now, sorry, I just realized something. I was even more right than I thought, because we're not even progressing forward now that we've activated the mine. We are actually backtracking. Our goal is to rewind and go there? Oh, right, duh. Yeah, then Quake 3 was a pure multiplayer arena shooter with no campaign to speak of. Now, that wasn't a terrible backtracking, which I bring up because, again, that's why this isn't really negative worthy, but you see why I just haven't really jotted down a lot of notes past the mechanical stuff. There's not a lot of stuff to comment on. Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of just wash. That's why the concept of the wash even exists. Fun fact, for a while there, we were debating introducing the concept of neutrals. So we've got positives and negatives. We're going to add neutrals to the list. We didn't. But a game like this would have been a neutrals game. I'll tell you what. I mean, exactly, Evo. That's sort of the problem. I had a vague idea of how the math would work out on a neutral in my head. It boiled down to the idea where you would be able to... Like, neutrals would make up the bulk of the score, and then the score... So, like, you'd have, like, a neutral score based on how many neutrals were in the game. And then that score would go up based on how many of those were positives, and go down based on how many were negatives. If you're paying attention, what that means mathematically... Hang on a second. What that means mathematically is that a game's score would essentially neutral out to be the size of the game. In other words, a 5-hour game, this is a made-up number, would have a neutral score of 5. A 10-hour game would have a 10, and so forth and so on. And then that's your 0, right? And then it would be raised or lowered based on how well or bad it did. You can see why I did not do that. Yeah. He is? No, that would have been a terrible idea. This is also why we came up with the difference between a wash, which is just jotting down nothing, versus a positive and a negative. It's not a big variance, but there is actually a mathematical difference between giving a positive and a negative versus jotting down nothing at all. And this is also one of the reasons why we keep track of things like a ratio. There's a difference between a game with a +2 story, which has a 100% ratio, and a +2 story, which has a, like, 52% ratio, right? So some of the people who were pushing for that idea wanted me to score longer games better. After all, they're longer, and longer's better. Right? Longer is better. This is what everything has told me. Longer boobs, longer dicks, longer games. It just makes sense. Is it even worth reading a book if it's not this big? If I can't beat someone over the head with a book and risk serious cranial damage, is that even worth it? So, they're tentacles at that point, Mr. Red. No, I didn't. I'm sorry, Lord Atlantean. Do you mind repeating them really quickly for me, please? Quick. No! And they're gone. It's too late. It's too late now! There will be no third stream today. I'll just go and say that really quick. But first, I want to get Lord Atlantean's things. You can do it. Come on, Lord Atlantean. Believe. I believe in the power of Atlantean. Can we Atlanteus? No. Atlanteus isn't a real place. All right, everyone. We're just going to hold the stream hostage. Everyone just turn and stare at Lord Atlantean. You can still stare, Ben One Eye. Okay, there we go. Dark Forces 1. Dark Forces 2. What's the third game? Yeah, exactly, Darkrai. I don't see a third game. There's Dark Forces 1 and there's Dark Forces 2. There's no third game. Mysteries of the Sith. Isn't that an expansion? That's not a third game. That's an expansion. Pick a third game. Everyone go back to staring. Back to staring. Wait. Staring. Wait, what? If it's a standalone, never mind. I'll look it up. So what was it called? Mysteries of the Sith. Now here's the funny part. Normally I would say no. And I don't want to be unkind about that. Because I'm pretty sure what you're trying to do is trying to add multiple games to the list, which I normally do not allow. However, I'm late for dinner, and I've already held up the stream too long. And that is a 4th year anniversary. So in this one chance, I'll go ahead and let it slide. However, I do want to be honest with you. I'm almost positive we actually vetoed several of those games because of streamability issues. I'll do my due diligence and double check off camera. But in the off chance, do me a favor, drop me a message, or just literally type something in chat. I will notice it because all that stuff is logged. And say what you want your backup options to be in case those games are not streamable. Please and thank you.